Okay, welcome back, generals, to another Let's Fix the Generals 0 out to make the best game ever. We are still developing an unassemblize tool to aid the Thyme development, and of course, we continue it in this session. There is still plenty left to do. There was one more thing that crossed my mind, and that is that we probably need to make a change regarding those IDs. So currently, the load ID is I'm not sure if the active command ID I think this needs to be part of the symbols descriptor. Also, maybe we should rename this to something else, because symbols descriptor is a bit confusing. Maybe it should be program how about we call it program file ref descriptor. File revision descriptor. File revision ID. And then we rename this to ref descriptor. Or maybe we revision Okay. Short exe name. Create descriptor. Short exe name. Let's do a FMT formats. S revision %d. Yeah, and then file revision descriptor. Let's do static const exp invalid ID equals 0. To program file revision ID get file revision get revision ID const so if file revision descriptor is not null pointer, then else return invalid ID, return ID. Jesus. Okay, so we say if, well, revision ID equals that. If std string variable name shorts. Oops. If I think this is a wrong function for this stuff. Let's create a copy of this. Put it back to what it was before. Shot.exe name. Create a scripter name with shot.exe name. Where's this shown? Descriptor name. Shot.exe. Shot.exe. Shot.exe name. So the problem I have with this is that it changes as soon as we type, which kind of makes sense, but yeah, we probably... So here we have loaded now a file, and as we type, it changes immediately. Maybe this title should also show the actual currently loaded exe. So it shows this, what we type in here. Maybe the title should only show what is actually loaded and not what we type here. Okay, where is this used here? To tip and hover. So great. Okay. Evaluate. Okay, how about we change this to create loaded exe name, and here we do this with loaded as well. And then instead of doing this, we do get loaded exe. Okay, well, we can do if name.empty, name evaluate this. We start with empty name. So if revision descriptor is not null pointer, then the name equals this evaluate exe file name. Create loaded or typed exe name. Loaded. Let's just go with short how it was before. Creates. So basically, if we have a file loaded, then it will take it from the loaded file. Otherwise, it will take it I wonder if this should be else if here. Else. I'm not sure. Else. I think what we need is why don't we just take how about we do if executable executable is not null pointer else name equals executable get file name. Otherwise, evaluate. What does this do? exe file name copy file name from PDB. Create short exe. Okay. Create the script name. Do we need this here? Create the script. Not sure. Descriptor name is short. File revision. Create descriptor name. So this is now the revision ID here. How about we call this file revision. File revision. Create short exe name. Create descriptor name. Create descriptor name with short exe name. Okay. Okay, and then we say here, else creates short exe name. And then here we also put a const std, no, not const, revision to if this, then we do, no, hold on, we have file revision program, file revision ID, revision ID equals get revision ID. If revision ID is not invalid ID, then our revision, we set it to fmt format revision %d colon d revision ID. Okay. And so then here we drop the revision here. Revision. Okay, is that fair? Put the name here. Call this revision. Okay, so file number, revision number minus s, and here it's revision number minus s. Yeah. Okay, skip the name. Okay. Okay, let's see if that compiles. Yes. Okay, so basically now, as we type, it has no file loaded, and the file name reflects what we type here in the program file. Now, when we click on load, it will change to file1 revision1 Thyme.exe. Okay. And now when we type, it shouldn't update, and it doesn't. Okay, that's good, because it shows us a loaded file now. Yeah, that's great. And if we open a assembler comparison, it should also show us a revision here. File1, revision1. So if we click on load, it should change it to 2, and it does on both. Yeah. Okay, that's cool. Now, so now the revision is closely tied to the file descriptor that it's linked to. Okay. Now the question is, how do we... Revision 2. File 1, revision 2. Revision 3. Revision 4. Maybe we should also put another minus here. Maybe we should rename this to create the scripter name extended or wisinfo with file info. Okay. So thinking this further, So right now when we load a file here, it will update in this list. But it will not yet update. We don't set this guy yet. Yeah. Okay. So the question is how do we plan on setting this guy here? Hmm. How do we implement this so it's not confusing? Just realized now there's another window hidden. Okay. Revision. Oh. Yeah. We need to somehow. I don't have it figured out yet. Yeah. Okay. So when we press a load button on either side, in well, either window, it will load. Press that, it loads. Maybe what? So one way to look at this would be, we click on load here, and it loads it globally for all sorts of places. So let's say we had two assembler comparisons, and we clicked on load here. It would load it here for all that have it selected. The other way would be, and then if we click here on a load, it would just load a revision just for this one window. And so, and if we have this loaded here and we click here, it won't override what was loaded here. Right? But maybe that's a bit confusing. So the file manager basically allows us to have one file instance that can be used across unlimited amount of windows, right? So we have this one file loaded and we can use it in all windows, but we may not necessarily want all the windows to use the same revision. Like maybe we have an older revision loaded in and we are perfectly happy with it, and we don't need it on this one particular window to be updated. But then how do we set this up? Maybe there can be some checkboxes here. It should be intuitive. Yeah. Maybe. Oh boy. That's not so easy. So there will be a what we maybe the so we have load load right. Maybe the simplest would be we just so when we load here, it also loads here, right? Yeah. So they are always connected. So so we will have a compare button. Compare. Where we then kick off building the named functions and the bundles and all this stuff. And so after the compare has been clicked, we did log in. Right, so so if we click compare, which we don't have right now, just hypothetically, then we can set this descriptor to the one that has been selected. Yeah. Compare. Compare. Certainly, if we have made a comparison and we have built bundles and all this stuff here, this stuff, then we keep this, but so I'm mainly thinking about user flow right now. How do you interact with this? It's not 100% clear yet to me. It's not 100% clear. We need to have a clear vision so that we can implement it without trying to figure things out as we implement it. The design should be clear. It's not clear yet to me, so that's a problem. That's a problem. So there will be a compare button. After we have made an initial comparison, then clicking load would not recompare, but we just have compare. Yeah, I think it would be enough for now to just say, okay, you click compare and it locks in what you had loaded and it stays there, right? But you can't, like, let's say, so let's say I have revision 8 selected here and here revision 4, and then I compare these two, and then it shows me the comparison result. And then here I click on load all, which essentially updates the revisions. But so this has been updated, but the result is still showing the outdated because I have not clicked on compare yet, on recompare. So it would show us the old result with the old revision. And then on a new window, we could then make a new recompare and then look at the new comparison and here at the old comparison from the older revision. But we can't go back with the revision. Like, we can't select it again. Is that a problem? Like, the old revision is in memory, but we can't, like, select it again. It's gone. It's not listed here, right? So we couldn't load one side just. Is that a problem? We can't load just one side. Well, we can make a checkbox here and say disconnect from file manager. And then it's checked, and then if we do that, then it doesn't change this. Yeah. But then it would be simpler. We simply showed the old revision in here in this list that you could click on. But we can't because select write file. Maybe this list should also show the revision that we have loaded, so we can click on it. But that will screw up because that will screw up. That will screw up because of the indexing with the lists box. Shit. But it would be good. Vision. Well, the interaction, it should be kept simple. The simplest way to really not confuse anyone, including myself. Including myself. I don't want to have any confusion. I will be right back. Okay, I have a new idea. How about there is no load button here, and no load both. There's just one button, just compare button. That's it. A nice orange compare button. Yeah. And when you click it, it will load the file if it's not yet loaded. Otherwise, it will just use the loaded file that is here selected, the revision that is currently selected. And then it will do its thing and start comparing the contents of the files. And that's it. Just one compare button. And then if you want, you can go here and click on load, which will load a new revision. And then you can click on compare again, and then it will recompare and rebuild what needs rebuilding. Like if both sides have been changed, then it will reload everything. If just one side was changed, it would just rebuild one side and then do the new comparison. I think this would be a pretty simple flow. So The assembler comparison window has no load functionality. It just has, like, you select here and that's it. You just select. You don't load. You only load here. I think that would be fair for now. Right? And then you can have your assembler comparison window, and after you press compared, it's just there and it works, and you can click on things and interact with it, and it's just fine. If you want to make a new comparison, then you need to go here. You need to click on load or load all, and then create a new comparison, or click on compare again in the existing comparison. Yeah, I think this would be simple enough. Yeah, that should work. That should work. Yeah, I like this. I like it. It's simple enough. Just one button to initiate the comparison, and then obviously there will be more things to click here once it's getting the first results. But just to kick off the comparison, just one button, compare, two list boxes, select, compare, done. Really simple. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I need some water. Okay. Well, sometimes it's good to just take a moment and think about things. Yeah. Okay, but before we start implementing, we should first merge the current states. Can load. Okay, let's see. So we have invalid ID, we have revision, forward declaration, pointers. We move this to the CPP. We rename this, added this function, moved some things around here, blah, 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 blah. We moved these guys away. Yeah, file revision descriptor. Okay. Then we added the program file revision descriptor, blah, blah, blah. And we added the comparison descriptor. Structure. Interaction. program symbols. I think this is not something we need. And I think we don't actually use it right now. Yeah, so I think we remove this. And person manager. Okay, so this and this, this. Yeah, let's hope this is all correct here. Get program file descriptor. Okay. Yeah. Tooltip hover. Oh. Okay. Boy, actually a lot of changes here. My gosh. I don't have the brain capacity to properly read all over this again. So I'm just really doing it quick and dirty right now. Okay, I would like to not submit this yet, if it's possible. Comparison. Yeah. Okay, maybe that is correct. Yeah, program. Yeah, okay. Create program file revision descriptor class to decouple loaded executable from file manager lists. Executables from file manager lists. Implement. Yeah, okay. Then let's commit this and hope it's complete. Then we stash this and see if it compiles. Hopefully it does, but maybe it does not. It does not. Yeah. Okay, let's see if that compiles. It does, okay. Then we submit this on top. And then we stash pop, which will get a bunch of conflicts now. Yes. And here we accept this. Okay. Okay, let's hope this compiles. It does not, rightfully so. There we go. Oops. Good. Then let's continue with the implementation of the program file selection. So let's see. So I'm thinking we should not have a load button. Instead, we put a compare button. Okay, so can load. If not can load. Okay, we need Let's comment out all this stuff here. How about we make it a nice yellow? Eh. What happens? Something is bugged. 60, 50. Three 60, no, 50 divided by 360, 0.14. 0.14. Well, yellow is not a good idea, is it? Let's go with 0.7, just try. Okay, so we have a compare button. Compare button. Compare. Can load. So the button shouldn't be disabled if this here, if one of these the compare button needs to be disabled if we cannot load one of these files that are selected. Can loads. And so then compare. So if we click the compare button, it will load async both. Load async. Load async. Okay, let's test this first. Oh boy, what is this? I don't know what's the problem again. Too many indentations. Too many brackets. Okay, so we have a purple compare button. I don't like this color. Okay, and we have two of these. That also should not be the case. So we probably need to put this button here. There we go. Okay, let's restart. Oof. Why is this button here? What? Oh, okay, that is unexpected. Stretch same. Maybe it needs to be wrapped into another window. Ah, hold on. We never changed it, never quit the table. Maybe that needs to be done first. Let's see. Let's try this. Yeah, close enough. I wonder if we have to put it into a child. List box child. Let's see. I'm not sure how to fix it. No, that doesn't fix it. Then it probably has to be a flag here. Stretch same. I think that's a question for our friend ChatGPT. Now we have asked him a lot of questions already. How can we prevent a imgui begin table to draw over the whole height of the window it belongs to? How can we prevent the imgui begin table to draw over the whole height of the window it belongs to? I hope ChatGPT knows how to outer size. Yeah. Dynamics based on content. Yeah, that's what I'm interested in. Desire. Based on content. Use a child window. Begin child. What is this true? Can we adapt the table height to the actual content? The actual content of it. Can we adapt the table, the maximum table height to the actual content within its columns? Actual content that is shown. Yes. I find this really odd because it's super odd. We also had other tables that we drew. Sizing fix. Input tail flags. No Host extend X. What is that? Make outer height stop exactly at outer size Y. Host extend Y. Maybe this option helps us. I don't know. I don't know. Let's see. There must be some way. Nope. That made it disappear. Jesus. Maybe fixed same. How hard can it be? Whoa. Okay, that's not it. I'm curious why do these tables not draw over the whole area? What's the difference? I think because there we actually set a height, no? Let me see. We give it we put it in a child. Right. Oof. It's really weird that there's no option to auto set the size. Very strange. Well, let's see how that looks. Well, now there's a scroll. Yeah. Let's put it to 8. Still a scroll. Why? Let's make it 10. Okay, somehow. Okay, that's wild. Okay, what happened? Let's put 100. Yeah. What happens then? I don't quite understand what's going on right now. It's still the same. But we can resize. For what it's worth. It's not obvious that we can resize. Maybe we shouldn't have this resize thingy. Let's remove that. Let's see what happens then. Aha. There we go. Okay. And now let's put it to 7. Okay. And now we put it to 8. Okay. And now it has, but it's so weird because table height, why can it not adjust automatically to the required height? I don't understand. Why does it have to be so weird? That's really weird. Content region. What we could do is we could make this here column width size. This box. What happens if we do column height here? Column height. Is this the remaining height or not? Let's see. Oh, hold on. There's a mistake. Should be Y. There we go. Aha. Okay, I think this works. And then let's add some additional files here. Yeah, okay. Okay, so now the outer table determines the height here. Okay. Okay, that's I think that's fair then. Then let's take this guy. And we put it I mean, text line height. It seems to be pretty useless, this height. Seven, 1, 7. Okay, but the compare button is now grayed out as we click on this. That's good. Yeah. And now it's in. Okay. So we have to select a valid file that can be loaded, and then we can actually compare. And then it would start loading like this. There we go. Okay. But it would only load if it has not been loaded yet. Yeah. Can load. What we can also do is we add another function is loaded. Can load is loaded. Is loaded. Program file access. Program file descriptor. Data is loaded. So it is loaded if, let's go to here. Can loads. Let's add a bool is loaded. Oh, hold on. Here. Bool is loaded. Const. So it is loaded if it does have a okay, let me see. It is loaded if this guy is not null, but also if it doesn't have an active command, right? Yeah. If it has active if so is loaded, return not has active commands, and file descriptor, file revision descriptor is not null, right? Not has active command. Yeah, I think this. Yeah, so it's not loading something right now, and the descriptor is there. Alternatively, we could check. No, I think that's good. Well, or we could check if if executable is not null. That actually, that would also be a valid check, right? If executable or not, hold on. Yeah, I think that would also be a valid check. Yeah. So if that and Jesus and this executable is not null pointer. I think this is also reflective of loaded. Yeah. Maybe we call this is exe loaded. Is exe loaded. Then we here is exe loaded. Descriptor is exe loaded. Loaded. Can load. Yeah. So that means if we can load, if we can load, then we can run a comparison. Or if it's already loaded, then we can also run a comparison, right? But it's possible that something is loaded, but can load is false because we have fat fingered the inputs after we have loaded something, right? So these guys are not implicit. Like if it's loaded, it's not implicit that it can load, right? Okay. So here we say can load and can load and is exe loaded, or let's just say is loaded, is exe loaded. Okay. Oh boy. Let's do selected file index is 0. What is this? Size T. Oh. Size T. Maybe we should make it uint. Index T. Man, this music puts me to sleep. I'm telling you, the people who on YouTube put music about like study music, and then they put piano music, they have no idea how to study, or they have never studied and listened to their music, I think, because piano is horrible, at least for me. It's horrible to listen to when trying to concentrate because it distracts. Like piano is like an instrument that it captures your attention. It captures your attention. That's a problem. But your attention needs to be somewhere else. So background music should just be soothing in a way that it doesn't distract you. And piano is horrible. So when people put a study music as like big piano soundtracks, it doesn't work. So I think these people that upload the piano study music, they have never studied a minute in their life. Because if they did, they would have realized that this is not a study music. It doesn't help concentration. But maybe for other people, it gives them plus 100 study. For me, no. Okay, so can load, disabled, can load, and not is loaded. If not can load and not is loaded, yeah, then it's disabled. Let's also make this const. Okay, let's test this. Okay, so let's see. Add fire. So now it's disabled, yeah. Now it's enabled, yeah. So now let's say we load these guys, so it loads. Okay. And then let's say we fat finger this here. Well, let's say we remove all this, right? And now we can still compare because it is loaded. So if we put a breakpoint here, it will say can load false, but is loaded. So the button for comparison is enabled. Yeah, this is fair. Okay, this works. Okay, so then now we need to kick off. Yeah, now I think it's time to implement the first chained commands for actually getting the baseline in there. Okay. Okay, how do we do this? I still don't like the color of the button, by the way. Maybe we try 8. Okay. Okay, so we need to Okay, we need to in our loads async. We need a new function, something like compare async. Compare async. Compare async. Okay. Let's put a void compare async. And so what we probably need is a file descriptor 0, file descriptor 1, and a comparison descriptor. Program comparison descriptor. Comparison descriptor. Right. Let's see. And in here, we then put let's delete this stuff here. Oh, we probably need to do this check again then. Okay, let's do compare async. So this is program file descriptor. Program file descriptor is file descriptor 0. And 1. Then we pass this here and here. And this one. Compare async. Yeah. How about we simplify the flow? Can load. How about we take these guys here? This. And then can load, we simply do, no, we do if file descriptor 0 is not null pointer and this is not null pointer. And if that is true, then we call can load is, wow, what the hell? Is that can load and can load. And here we do this can, well, is exe loaded. There we go. Can load is, okay. And then we don't need this anymore and done. Okay, let's remove this. Okay, I think that's better. This also means we can remove these two functions because we don't need them anymore. Good. Okay, can load is loaded. Yeah. Okay, good. Then, and then we pass these things in here, and then we continue in here. Good. When we probably need this information again. This here, can load is loaded. We need that in here as well. I think. Can load. Well, we need to assert, no. Actually, this is wrong. This is wrong. Hold on. This is wrong. Yeah, this is wrong. This needs to be load 0 or load, I don't know, load can compare 0. How about that? So can load or file descriptor can or is exe loaded, and can compare 1 is can load and 1 here. This is how it should be. So if not can compare 0, can not or, so if let's do and. So the expectation is that we can compare both can compare, but if that is not true, then it's disabled. Yeah. I think this is the way. And then in here we need to say assert 0 can load or is exe loaded. That's it. And same for 1. Yeah, so that's the expectation. Good. And then we say if not exe loaded, then we will need to do something about it, right? And the same for the other. Yeah. Okay. So we probably also need then this head command thingy here. Put that here. Okay. Good. So basically, next command. But this changes it. But we should be able to load both at the same time. How do we do that? Chain. Compare async. So essentially, We need to do some change here, but I don't know which exactly. Basically, we want to reuse. We want to reuse this for our compare loading. How do we do that? How do we do that? Probably need to create another function where we return the command. Yeah. So here we return the commands here. So maybe we need to make another function, create load xepdb command. Yeah, and then return this. Yeah. Yeah, I think that. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's it. Here. So not pdb command. So we create a new and we call it create loads pdb and xe commands. And then we put this here. Ta-ta. Ta-ta. Okay. And there we put this stuff here. Ta-ta. Set. And so we put here the auto command and chain. Then we put file descriptor here. And we have a bunch of symbols descriptors here. Let's rename it to revision descriptor. There we go. So, revision descriptor. Okay. And then we put this guy. Meh. Let's remove this. Where are we? Load this one. And then here we do this. Then we remove this. Okay, so this should now load pdb.exe from this. Yeah, let's see. Must return a value, of course. Return. There we go. So, oh, that's a nice color. Okay, so if we press here, load, it loads both. Yeah, okay, that still works. Great. Okay, so let's get back to our async here. Okay, so head command. So the question is, how can we so the next question is, how can we connect this command that is returned here? How can we connect this with... Oh, we can, right? Hold on. It gives us a unique pointer, work queue command, but it's not a delayed command. Delayed command. Delayed command. I wonder if all commands should become delayed commands. Because right now I don't know how to chain. How to chain. Yeah. So the problem I'm seeing is, since we have two different types here, the work queue command and the delayed command, there is a bit of a pickle here with when you have this as a head, then you can't link this to a new head, right? So that's a bit unfortunate. Maybe all commands should become delayed commands inherently, so that they all would have a create function, essentially, this. Yeah. And then if you enqueue this delayed command, then if you enqueue this here, enqueue delayed, Next. Delete command. Next. Okay, delete command. Delete. Okay. Delete. And Q. Delete. Commands. Create load exe commands. Q commands. Create load commands. Load exe. Chain. Ah, hold on. I'm stupid. I think we can already do that, no? we chain, hold on, where's the chain function? Here. We chain. Hmm. So we need to start ahead, then we chain this. Why don't we how about we create a new create load command? Oh boy. So we create a copy of this. Create load command. Let's put this here at the top. So it's a work queue command ptr im GUI app create load command. Then we put in this here. And we say if descriptor, file descriptor can load PDB, then Then we return create load pdb and exe command. Otherwise, return create load exe command. Otherwise, return empty command. Yeah. Okay, and then we go to our load async function, and then here we say sorry, and create load command. And work q enqueue command. Right, then we don't need this anymore, but we need to do this. And then we don't need this here anymore. Right. Yeah, I think this is a better way. And now we have another command that is a load command. Yeah. Right. That we can reuse for our compare commands. Create load command. Okay. Okay, let's see if it compiles. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so I think we need a new function, and we call it create start compare or compare initiation command. Compare initiation command. Okay. And there we put this static. Okay, and then here in our compare async, save config async. Well, maybe. Well, maybe we don't have this here. Yeah. If not exe loaded, then we want to load this. Okay. How about we pass a program file descriptor. Using std, no, program file descriptor pair std array program file descriptor 2. Okay. And then we pass this here, pair file descriptor pair. Pair 0 can load. One. Okay. Then we do a bool loading. Bool loading false for size ti equals 0, I smaller 2 plus plus I. File descriptor pair I is not exe loaded. Then we create this thing and do this. And then command this, create load commands, this and this. Maybe we should simplify this a bit. File descriptor pair, program file descriptor, file descriptor, ta-da, ta-ta, ta. Okay, that makes it a little bit simpler. Okay. And then when that is, so then here we need to chain a command. Command chain. We need to chain something there. And then we also need to say here is loading is true. And so if not is loading, then we need to do something else down here. Right, here do something. Otherwise, we just do something on the compare async. Compare async. So the commands we need to do worq command worq q command. Why is there error? Commands. Std move. No? Huh? What's the problem? Well, it does take a C move. Okay. Let's do remove commands. Okay, there we go. Good. So the chain descriptor revision descriptor revision. File descriptor revision descriptor. Jesus Christ, the formatting. Let's do it if it's loaded, continue. Okay, then we need inside this lambda body, we need to basically after the loading is done, we need to do something else. Like continue with the chain. All right. Can do chain. Yeah. Chain. Yeah, we need to. So after load is done, at the end of the chain, we need to tell it then to create. Yeah, we probably need a file description. Okay, so here we probably need to say if what's the problem here? So if revision descriptor comparison descriptor, right. We give it this guy. Comparison descriptor, yeah. File descriptor. Let's also pass a comparison descriptor. So comparison descriptor. Let's look at this guy. Probably need a function here. Bool has is exe loaded. Bool is exe loaded. Are exe loaded because we all got two, right? So we say files. Let's rename this to M has open window. M files. Matched functions. So okay, so here we need to pass array like this. Good. So here we chain a command if comparison descriptor, if exes are loaded. And if that is true, then it will chain some commands. Otherwise it returns program work queue command ptr. Otherwise here we do return a create comparison descriptor. Vision descriptor. How do we know to which it belongs? We don't know which file was just loaded, which index. Well, that's a problem. Huh. Okay, but that aside, creates create start compare commands. Okay, and so if it's not loading, then we create here then we do, what do we pass here? File descriptor? No. Comparison descriptor? Yeah. Comparison descriptor. Yeah. So then here we would create a auto command, this, and then would enqueue this, right? Yeah, something like this. Okay. Here we would also need to say if not loading, if is exe loaded. No. Here we would say well, let's say if is loaded, then we do one thing, else do the other thing. Let's make a comment. Exe is already loaded. Use it. Yeah. exe is not yet loaded. Load it first. Okay. And so here we need to say, so if we have it already, then we can go to our file descriptor. No, to our comparison descriptor and mfiles I equals file descriptor file descriptor by the way, did we implement this function here? No, we did not, of course not. For const files file dot version descriptor. Bool int loaded count 0 return loaded count equals files dot size loaded count, so loaded counts if it's not null pointer, then loaded count plus plus, and also can put an assert. If we expect this to be set, then we expect executable to be not null. Is that fair? Otherwise it should not be set. File revision descriptor. Yeah. Is that fair? Hold on. Not sure. How about we create another function here? Bool is loaded. Const. File is loaded. Const return this is not null and does it have a function? Is exe loaded? Yeah, let's put the same here. Is exe loaded? Is exe loaded? Is exe loaded, blah, blah. Executable is not null. Okay, and then we say here, if file is exe loaded, then loaded count plus plus. Okay, I think that is fair. Okay, so if the exes are loaded, then we can do this. But we also need to do this here. Comparison m files, comparison descriptor m files, file descriptor. Hold on, files dot file revision descriptor file file revision descriptor. There we go. Okay, this should work. Yeah. Else we load it. Okay. So we need this command thing. Maybe instead of setting this flag here, we should just say if 0 is loaded and 1 is loaded. Then we can remove this. Well, maybe it's better to do it with a Boolean. Because then it's more closely tied to this thing here. Loading. Okay. So we need a... We do need a command. Initiation command. Compare initiation command. Okay, so this command takes a program comparison descriptor. Comparison descriptor. Okay. And here we need to now, we do nothing for now. Okay, we need to figure out, we have a problem here. After the load is done, we need to somehow set this here, the file revision descriptor. Ah, hold on. Yeah, we have it here, but we don't know which index it belongs to, right? Oof. Well, we can give the index here. Here in the lambda. Yeah. So that will be maybe we make it an integer. Okay, looks like we don't need the file descriptor in there. Just a comparison descriptor. No. We do need the revision descriptor, but we don't need the file descriptor, I think. So, so basically we say, by the way, this result, what does it give us? So we say revision descriptor. So revision descriptor. Probably also need this function here. Is exe loaded, return executable is not null pointer. about is exe loaded? I'll put this here, is exe loaded? Can save PDB, and we can also simplify this here. File revision descriptor and how about we add a is PDB loaded as well? Is PDB loaded? Is PDB loaded? It is exe loaded? Is PDB loaded? Then here we say, hold on, is PDB loaded? Then we say here, is exe loaded? Is PDB loaded? Okay. So we say here, if revision descriptor is exe loaded, then if is exe loaded, then comparison descriptor files I dot file revision descriptor equals this, and then if both are loaded, then it will initiate the comparison. Otherwise it returns empty command pointer. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this could work. It's not loaded yet. Then we make another comment here. Exe on users. Both exe, both executable files are loaded. Initiate comparison now. Executable is not yet loaded. It's already loaded. Use it. Load it first. Okay. Yeah, I think this flow looks promising. Yeah. Okay, let's save this. Okay. Must return a value. Yeah. To do. ... command equals. Let's do a dummy for now. Return commands. There we go. Oops. Okay. Yeah. I think this will work. Let's test this so far. If this works. So put a do we actually need this? I don't think so. Don't need that. Let's put also a here. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Good. So we select two different files and we click on compare and we get an error. but that started great. Okay. What did we do? Chain. Next delay command. Oh, I see. We need to first go to the end of the chain. Hold on. Here. Next command. Next command is command next delayed command. Huh? Good. So while next command, next delayed command, while has delayed commands, next command equals next command. Maybe we should have a helper function for this. Yeah. Next command. Next delayed commands dot get. Okay, let's put a breakpoint here. . Okay, next command has delayed command, next delayed command empty, next command ptr, next delayed command okay. Let's add a helper function in our work queue. Get last delayed commands. Delayed command. Next command. Get last delayed commands. Okay. Then go back to GUI app. Go. Next command is get last delayed commands. Commands dot get. There we go. Next commands. Next command chain. Yeah. Okay. This should work. No. Return next command. Okay, let's try this again. Compare. Okay, so next command. Yeah, so this should be different from this. Seems like so. And this has worked. Let's put a breakpoint here. Then it enqueues, loading is true. And then it enqueues another one. And we got a crash. Okay. Why? What did we do wrong now? Right, this is wrong. Delete command. I think it should be like this. Let's try this again. Okay, so next command. Yeah. Okay. And now we have another one. Okay. Okay, so this works. Now we wait for the chain to be called back. And we don't expect this to hit here. Okay, now it loads. And now we got this call, yeah. And that is number 1 has finished first. And so this will return true, good. Then this one we assign, yeah. And XEs are not loaded yet. Okay. And now we should get a second hit, yes. Is exe loaded? Yes. And we have this assigned, and now this should succeed, and it does. Very nice. And then it goes in here and then should do some work. Okay, good. Now there is just one problem still. Always problems. Let's remove the breakpoints. There is one problem, and that is if both file descriptors are the same. So essentially, we only need to process one file if both file descriptors are the same, right? Then we just need to load it once. I think that's all we need to do. So bool is comparing same file. It's comparing same file. Is comparing same file. Is this equals this. Is comparing same file. And then we do an int load file count is comparing same file, then it is 1, otherwise it's 2. You can make these things const load file count, and then it's load file count. Yeah. Let's rename this to is loading, is async loading. Hold on. This is not correct. because we still need to do this here. We can say here we got 2. And we say if I equals 1 and is comparing the same file, comparing same file, then shit. Or we make 2 loops. 2 loops. Yeah, we could make 2 loops. So we make this, and we say this executable is already loaded, use it. And then we do another load file count. And then we say if not is exe loaded. Yeah. Okay. I think this will work. Comparing load file, yeah. Let's see. So it's twice the same, compare. So this fails, and then we go in here. It's comparing the same file, yes. Load file count 1, okay, so we just load 1 file. Ah, but that's also wrong. That's also wrong because now it would just assign I here just to 1. Haha. Oof. We can do the following. const int const int index index so it requires quite a bit of mental gymnastics when keeping this here in mind, but I guess it's okay. So we can say index comparing same file, then we set it to 2, otherwise we set it to I. But that requires mental gymnastics. Maybe we should just have 2 versions of this loop, one with 2 and one with 1. Maybe that would be simpler. I mean, this will work, but it's quite a bit weird. Yeah, okay, so index here, if index is smaller than 2, then we do this, else we do assign it to both index. Yeah, it's a bit complicated. Can we simplify this without too much code duplication? Maybe. I'm not seeing it right now. If it was just one place where we had like an exclusion, okay, but it's like here, so scattered over 3 places. It's comparing same file. What's the time, by the way? Oof, 4 hours. Okay, I at least would like to figure this out before taking the well-deserved break, I would say. Shit. Okay, how do we do this? There must be a solution. A more elegant solution. I mean, we could have 2 loops here, but then it's like a whole bunch of code duplicated. It's a more elegant approach. Chain, path, index. How about we just do... we can simplify this a bit. We say I1, I2, or I0, I1, and then we put here 0, 1, otherwise I, and then here we simply assign it twice in the worst case. I mean, it's kind of wild, but it's no branch. Yeah, I mean, it's a bit dirty, but it's, I mean, why not? Why not, right? Yeah. Maybe, how can we simplify this here? We could say, well, we can just make it inline. Well, maybe not. I would like to get rid of this somehow, but I don't know how. Yeah, is this elegant here? I mean, we pass 2 indexes basically, and then we assign it twice. I mean, it is a bit wild. Can we simplify this a bit more? Is comparing the same file. Let's compare. Load file count. I don't know. I guess it's fine then. Let's see. Okay. So compare. Good. So okay. Is comparing the same file? True. One file. Load command. Next command. So this should be now 0 and 1. Yes. Okay. And then when this is done, it basically assigns the same file here to both sides. Yeah. So basically this one should now have a reference count of 3. 3. Let's see. Well, 4 maybe. One is still in the callback lambda. It's probably 4. If we can figure out how to inspect the shared pointer here, control block uses 4. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. And then are the exes loaded, and that passes, and that works. Yeah. Okay, so this works. Yeah. So we can compare against others. Now, let's say we click compare again. It should not reload, right? It should just pick up. Yeah. If not is loaded. And then it creates this. Yeah. The question is, okay, here we can also have exclusion, like if the compare initiation was already completed. Yeah, okay, we figure this out later. Let's put to do not compare if already did. Maybe the button should be disabled as well then. Yes, well, do not compare if already done. Okay, so we should now also be, let's do the compare once more. Yeah. And so if we now compare this, it should now load this file here. And it does. Nice. Okay. And we got an error. Okay, what is it this time? Command is null. Ah, because of... Right. Because we enqueue null commands here. Yeah. Yeah, I think that is fair because it's not yet implemented. We need to implement this here. Yeah. Okay, but I think we are here on a way. It's quite complicated to implement this async stuff. I think our work queue is not the best from the interface, but so far we were able to do everything we wanted to do, so that's good. Yeah, we will see. I think getting all the async commands right, that's the hardest part of it. Yeah. Hardest part. Good. Then yeah, it has been 4 hours 25. Well, I think it's excellent time to take a break. We did make some progress with the comparison, but yeah, it's still a lot of work left to do. This stuff is quite complex. Yeah. Okay. Let's add a comment here. No. Jesus. Loads. Initiate. It doesn't need a comment. Pretty obvious. Good, then that will be it. All right, then I wish you a great day or night until next time. Goodbye.